started now. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to today's study workspace. For those that are joining me from every of the platform, you are welcome. So, we'll be working for 6 hours today. And if you are joining, you're expected to come with the task that you want to achieve. What you want to achieve, don't bring everything to the table. Just bring 3 things. Your priority task, which means you should check all that you have to do today, see if they are urgent, see if they are important. If they are important and they are urgent, please you bring it to the table, and just bring only 3 of it is enough, and let's work on that. So this is how it works today, like every other day, unless you vote otherwise. For those that have been joining, if you say, oh, it doesn't work for me, so let me see it in the comments how you want us to do it. But it will go today 50-10, which means 50 minutes of sprint time and 10 minutes of mindful break. So during the mindful break, it is called a mindful break for a reason, because you need to be there in your break. You need to be present in your break, and you need to take your rest serious. It's very important to rest. Rest is meant for the wise. It's not a luxury. It's not something that you can do without. You can say, okay, let me keep working. You can't work all through without resting. If you go that way, you won't be productive. You will be less productive and will do more damage than good to yourself. So we encourage you to join us and use this Pomodoro section. If you are working, you're a student, you're preparing for exam, you're a researcher, you have a lot to write, you are working in the office or whatever work you're doing that needs focus, that needs you to train your focus, that needs you to improve your memory, then you need to join us and let's work together to achieve together today. So today we'll be doing it from 10 to 10:50. That is the first one is the 10 to 10:50. That's the first section. Then we go on break between 10:50 and 11. So every 50 minutes on top of the hour, we'll be going on break. And during that break time, we expect you to be on break. And we'll be here discussing. So if you have anything you want us to chat, please put it in the chat box. You can like, you can share, please. You can share the live, share it to students, share it to researchers, share it to writers, those that wants to concentrate, those that wants to improve their memory, that wants to improve their retention ability and their ability to retrieve information. So if you're one of them, you join us today and let's work together. So when you see us focusing on work, that means we won't be chatting or you won't be hearing us talking. That means that time is our time to focus on work. So it's our deep work time. And after the deep work time, we'll be having the break time, which we can chat with everybody and anybody that wants to chat. You can put your chat in the box there. Ask questions on how to study. Ask questions on how to improve your retentive ability, your ability to retrieve information, your ability to study and understand. So ask questions is allowed in this space. Please, as a matter of policy, I want you to be kind with your comments, kind with other people you meet in this space. So if you're a student and you are finding it difficult to understand, or you are putting much effort and not seeing equivalent outcome, please, you can join us during the break time. You can ask questions on how to study, how to improve your scores, how to improve your results. This is not a space that I will be teaching you how to use AI to pass. No, I'm not a fan of that. And I'll be teaching you only how to improve your thinking, how to improve yourself organically, because you can use any tool efficiently when you are skilled. So you need to improve your thinking, you need to improve your memory, you need to improve your focus, you need to improve your should I say your work attitude, which is what this space teaches. So I implore you and invite you to bring your tasks to the table. Remember, deep work time is 50 minutes and our mindful break is 10 minutes. That is how it goes. So I wish you a very productive 50 minutes, the first 50 minutes. So bring your task to the table, chat, share the live, like, follow. So you are employed to improve your focus. And if you are being the type that are now addicted, if you are addicted to screen, it's high time you start working on it, and this is a space that will teach you how to wen yourself of those addiction of being on the screen every time you wake up in the morning. Instead of looking at yourself to see how you feel, you are going straight to the screen. So this is the space to improve your thinking, because those things are fragmenting how you think. It makes people to be forgetful. You can see so many people are very forgetful now. They can buy things and not remember to pay. They walk out of the house not remembering that they haven't closed the door. So many things. And you read, especially for students, is not healthy, because now you see people reading, you keep reading the same thing. It is hard for you to understand, which means something is not quite right. So let's develop our thinking ability again. So today again, I'll be going straight to teaching students how to study effectively. And not only students, for lifelong learners, for those researchers, for those writers, for those that are working with their brain in this age of AI and in this age of smart technology and screen. So let's teach ourselves. Let's go back and rewind and get our brain working, get our thinking deep, and get our reflections right, because those are what makes us human, and that is what will determine your attitude in life. Is very important. So I'll be speaking to students how to study effectively, how to retrieve information, how to store information in your brain, how to improve your attention span. So it's very important to us. So we are starting now. Like every other day, once we start, the first 10 minutes we use it to introduce how it works in this space, and after that then we start. And when we start, we'll start with the deep work, which means we'll be focusing on our work. Now you hear us typing or reading or whatever we are doing, and you wouldn't be seeing us tapping or doing. So if you can tap for us, it's still okay, and we welcome you to do that and to share. It's very important to us also that you are here to learn. So for those that I promised them that I'll be putting up an advert for studying how to use the Microsoft Word, or the buttons on the Microsoft Word. I tried to put it up, but I could see that once I do it with this particular page, it's going to take everything that I've set up on this page off, which I don't want to keep setting up every day. So I'll be using my second account to do that. So after this section, I would go maybe like 30 minutes to introduce it, and we do that 30 minutes like 3 times, and then I'll fix it. Remember, it's free. Come and learn how to use your Microsoft Word effectively and efficiently. All the buttons from file to insert to draw to review and view. So they are important for you to work effectively and efficiently. So you are welcome to join us. After that, should be after for around 4:30. Then we do that till 5 p.m. Just 30 minutes today. That's if that, because I haven't tried that account yet. I hope it works. So I wish you a very productive 40 minutes from now. Then it will be going 50 minutes, 10 minutes of break, 50 minutes of deep work, 10 minutes of break. So to all that have joined me, so let's concentrate, let's focus, reduce every distraction like notifications and all those calls, and let's see how much we achieve today.
Antique. These medicinal solutions also weren't contaminated with any chemicals and
So it's break time. It's our break time. We've done the first 15 minutes. See how fast it goes. It's very fast. Before you know it, 15 minutes is gone. So we are talking about how to improve our retention ability, how to read and understand. So if you are a student, or maybe you have found that there is a problem with the way your memory is working, because it's not it's not that you did it, it's not that you purposely doesn't want to think, but we found out that due to the easy answers and uh, the internet that is very should I say is very affordable, accessible, is very easy to find things, to find answers. Now people have stopped thinking, and with time it is now affecting the way we think, it is now affecting our memory, and many people are not yet aware of the danger of these things. It's not that internet is bad, it's not that the smart technology or the AI is bad, but no, the problem is that we are depending on it more than we should. We are using it more than, should I say, the wrong way, not more than we should, because many people are still using it. This thing has been in place for a very long time, but the way it came out now is now accessible to everybody, is very cheap, is something you can just, once you have your phone, you can access it, and that has made people to think, oh, now I have it easy. Remember that when you have it easy, let's just say you keep sitting every day, if you are doing your job always sitting, you see yourself growing weak in your muscles because you are not walking around. If you don't practice, if you don't exercise, if you don't use it, you will lose it. That is just it. You might not, your hands, they might still be there, your legs, everything, but the thing is that those things are losing is losing the strength on it. The same thing happens with the muscles in our brain, with the nerves in our brain. It happens with our brain. So if you are not using it, if you are not thinking deeply as you should, you will lose deep thinking. You might see yourself forgetting things. You might see yourself, you are struggling to think. You say, oh, I thought I saw this thing now, I just read this now, but you are not understanding it. And actually I'm very, I don't know, should I say, I pity the students nowadays, because they think, oh, now I can use AI, I will pass, I can, but it is affecting their thinking, it is reducing their ability as a human being. Please, you need to know that every tool is as good as the person that is using it. So if your brain, if your thinking is not good enough, so no matter how good the tools are, it will not, you can't use it to its, should I say, to the optimum. You can't get the best out of it. So you still have to work on your thinking, you still have to work on your retentive ability, your brain, you still have to work on it, so you be the best and use it better. So it's very important. So let's talk about how to improve our memory as students. If you have been, let me just list some things that you need to start looking out for. You need to look out for how long it takes you to read and understand. Let's just say if you read a paragraph or you were taught in the class, how often, how long does it take you to forget it? How long can you retain it? Will you still remember it after 2 days, 3 days? So check how long. And if you think it is reducing from what you used to know, then you need to work on it. Another thing you should also think is that how long does those ones that are doing well put, how much time do they put, and how much time am I putting? Am I getting the same result? Most times it's not all about genetics. I know that yes, inheritance is very important. If you inherited a very good gene, is good, but also environment affects it. You might be from a very good home, having the best gene, but if you don't have the best environment, it might still not reach the optimum. You might still not reach the best you should be. So let's look at how we improve it, no matter what the situation is. So if you have children, there are things you should start doing. You should start them up to think like humans, to start using their brain early. It's just like exercise. The more you exercise it, the bigger it grows. The more you exercise it, the better it gets. So it's time you start exercising that brain. So let's look at, for students, if you read, do you understand? Are you the type that keeps reading? You read, you read, you read. After you read, you close the book. When it's exam time, you see that yes, you can't remember up to half of what you've read. then you are not reading the right way, then you are not using the right techniques. The techniques I'm telling you is not just what is written on books. I know that so many psychologists, they must have put it in book, in paper. I don't know what they put in there, or the philosophies, but I'm going to be telling you what I have tried, the things I've done, the things I used, and it's made life easier. How? Because you use half of the time that others use in studying, and you get more output, you get more results, you get better results than they have done. Because all these things is just you working smart. It's not all about working hard. If it is about working hard, you can look at all those people that are suffering, those that are digging, and do they earn more money than those that are in the office or those that are flying? No. The thing is that you need to work smart. So for every job you are doing, ask yourself, how do I work smart? How do I go about it so I'll get the best results? And also let it be sustainable. It's not just getting the best result, because if it is about getting the best result, getting the certificate, you can just I saw one email today, and I was baffled. In my school email, I got an email today. They said, oh, we help students with writing their assignment and writing their thesis, their dissertation. I was like, wow, how did this get into my email? Is something really wrong with them? Because something must be wrong with them. This is a school email, and school blocked it, and they said, okay, if you want to read it, just click. So I clicked because I wanted to know what that was saying. It was baffling, and I know that so many students are using that. So many people are going that way. That will give them the results with even very little effort, because that only takes money. It doesn't take any other effort. But the truth of the matter is that when you use that, you have exchanged your future for nothing, really, because now you've lost money, you've lost to exercise your brain, you've lost your confidence. Because now if you keep depending on those things, once you are asked questions, or you are in the presence of a public, or you were asked to implement what you've done, you see that you don't have the confidence to do it, because you know you didn't learn. So you have lost the confidence in yourself, and you have also betrayed the trust of those that sent you to school, and those your teachers that are teaching you. So those things, it's not worth it. What you should endeavor to do is not to ace it with AI, to ace it with sending people to do it. Let me tell you, most of those people that are writing those things for you, I can tell you with confidence that they are using AI. They will write one thing and change it in different ways, and they are collecting money from you. And I've even seen someone that said, oh, come and help me do analysis. I spent my time. Oh, just give me the result. I'll put it in AI to bring it out. I will send it to people. They will bring it out. When you do those things, you are losing more than you are gaining, because one, you have lost the essence of schooling. You have lost the essence of schooling. So if you are a student, the first thing to do is to make up your mind that you're coming to school is for you to improve yourself. It's not just to get the certificate. I want you to bear that in mind, because now AI is everywhere. We have smartphone, we have easy answers everywhere. You can just pay money, and some of them can be ridiculously cheap, because they just need to pop it in and bring it out, and you will graduate an illiterate. You graduate an ignorant person at the end. That is why we see so many people that doesn't know why they went to school and why they are at the job they are doing, and that's a waste of everything good. So first and foremost, as a student, you should make up your mind that yes, why I went to school is not just to get the certificate. I hope somebody is listening. You went to school not just for the certificate. The certificate is a very big part of it, but that is not the only part of it. The big part of it is you getting educated, which means you getting learned. You now learning to think, learning how to unlearn and learn. This is you learning how to use things, learning how to judge your environment, learning how to implement what you know. So it is a place for you to improve your thinking. It is not a place for you to just go and get certificate and come out, and when you start working, you see that yes, that you have made a mess of your future. Because there are some things that comes with age. You say, oh, age is just a number. Let me tell you, age is time, and time is life. So don't play with it. No matter what you think, don't play with your time while in school. So you need to study. The first thing is to make up your mind that you're there to improve yourself. And once that goal is set, then let's look at the way to improve our thinking, the way to improve our retentive ability, the way to improve our recall ability to recall information. And those things comes with training. It's not just easy, it's not something that you just wake up and it's happening. It comes with commitment, it's discipline, and it's very, very important. So we'll be talking about, from the next break, we'll be talking about active recall. We'll be talking about space repetition. We'll be talking about different strategies that you use to study. When you implement it, half, even less than half the effort is going to give you a very big result, and you have more time to interact, you have more time to develop yourself, because that is why you are in school. You need to learn, you need to equip yourself for the future, you need to equip yourself so you have the boldness to face people, to face your work, to face that job, to face the public and say, oh yes, I did it myself, and you can do it again. So let's go back to our deep work time now. We have 15 minutes of deep work time from 11 to 11:50. After 11, by 11:50, then we start again. Then the first thing I'll be talking about is space repetition, and tell you how it works when you're studying. And that is for students, for exam preps, and those that are lifelong learners. If you are generally one of those that wants your brain to be active in life, please join us during those break time and listen, and let's learn how to be human, how to beat this technology, because they are just tools. We need to use them, and use them with our brains. So see you again. I'll be talking again once it's 11:50. This is a deep work time, and I wish you a very productive 15 minutes. This refuse collection people is very noisy. right time. So that's 1 minute gone. If you are here with me, you can go on your mindful break now. So let's start talking about our output as students, what we have to do to improve our score, to improve our grade. If you're just entering your university years, then you are in luck for you to be here. Then if you have been there for a very long time, it's not still a waste for you to improve your ability to record, to improve your ability to study, because it's a lifelong thing. Studying is not just one day, it's not something you do. So I've graduated from studying. If you are a student, if you are a scholar, if you are a researcher, you will do that. Even when you are retired, you see yourself going back to writing books, writing papers. So it's very important to us, for us to improve our retention ability, to improve our recall ability. So during this break, what we'll be treating is spaced repetition. It's not all kinds of repetition. It's not every kind of repetition works. It's not going back to study or working hard. Some people think it's just every time they've already speculated, I'm going to read. They'll go from morning till night, they are reading. That is not how to read. So let's look at the right way to read, the right way to study, because studying is a different thing from just reading. And there are different kinds of reading. You can just skim through, which means you can just look at the newspaper. When you are reading newspaper, most times what we do is to skim. You are not going to read every part of it. You are not going to read everything in it. You just want to make sense of the things that are in it, and again, you have to look out for the things that interest you. Those things are important. That is skimming. You just skim through it to know, okay, this is important, this is not important. Then we have the level of studying. And when you go beyond that, you have the deep reflection, which means after the study, you have to reflect on it, try to look at how applicable it is to the environment you are. So let's look at that spaced repetition and what it is. So if you're a student, please, you can share this. I'm not seeing students. Does it mean that we don't have students in this online today? So if you're a student and you want to improve your score, you want to improve your grade, you want to get the most out of your school years, so it's time you join this group. And it's not a very noisy place. It's a place that we learn. It's a place that we learn how to study. It's a place that we put our focus on our work and also be mindful on our break. So if you're on your break, you should be mindful and present in your break. And during the break, you can walk around. You can just look through your window and adjust your sight. If you have been looking on a screen, it's very important that maybe every 30 minutes, 1 hour, you look through the window, you look afar, you try to see things that are very far, to see how your sight is. That helps you to adjust your sight, and it's very important. So for you to study and for you to get what you want out of your study, especially for students, those that are studying to write exams, to pass exams, is important that you learn how to space repeat. It's not just repeating your reading. Not after every study you keep repeating. And with the way the brain is working these days, because of these easy answers, it's quite easy for people to just overlook things, and they think, okay, I'm studying it. If you keep repeating, you go back to it, you read, and you see that most times you keep reading and having less understanding. Or what you achieve in doing, what you have succeeded in doing at the end of it, is getting familiar with what you've read, with what you've taught, what you were taught, which means you keep going back to it. You don't need to study any road. Most times you just need to keep repeating it. Before you know it, you are familiar with it. But if they ask you, what are the things you passed when you were coming, let's just say the trees, the number of trees, the grasses, you might not really know them. That is just the same thing that happens if you are just repeating and putting the hard work of repeating. You read and read and reread. So spaced repetition works this way. After the study, after reading, you give yourself time before you revisit it again. And after that revisiting it, you give it a longer time, a lengthier time before you go back to it. The human brain is designed to filter things. It is designed to let things that doesn't matter go. That is just how it works. It will let things that doesn't matter go. So if you are the type that wants to depend on your brain and say, oh, I know that I have already read it, okay, let me keep reading it, is going to help. What will happen is that at the end you see yourself that your mind, yeah, you've read, but you forget it because your mind is seeing that yes, this thing is not really important, because you are not revisiting it, you are not committing it to mind, you are not relating it to things that matters around you, so you forget it. And after 24 hours of each study, you will see that you forget up to 70% of what you've read is just natural, or what you've seen, because your mind, the memory is in three phases. You know, we have the sensory, have the short-term memory, and the long-term memory. For you to commit it to the long-term memory, which keeps it longer, it means that you've told your brain in one way or the other that this information is important, this information is needed for me. And how do you do it? Is for you to revisit it and revisit it. But if you keep going on and on and on, what you will find out is that yes, you won't be able to retain it. So you space repeat it, so it will go, when you put it, it increase. At the plateau it stays, with time it start going down. Before it goes down, before you forget the things that you've read, you top it up again. Before you know it, it will be stable and taken to the long-term memory. So let's just look at you studying as a student. If you are studying as a student, you read the first day, or you studied the first day, you were taught the first day, like today. After reading, you just relax and maybe do other things that you want to do. Then tomorrow, which is just one day after, you repeat it. After you have revisited it, you study it, try to remember, try to commit it to memory. Then the next thing you have to do is to wait till after 3 days. So that 3 days gives you the space to know how much you know, and then you top it up. Then after that 3 days, you can wait for 1 week from the 3 days before you repeat it again. That's the spaced repetition. That is why cramming doesn't work, because most times what cramming does, you keep putting so many things at the same time in your mind, is jumbling. That is why when you forget just one line from what you've crammed, you mess up everything. So that is not the way to go. Spaced repetition for students is the way to go. So practice it and see how far it helps you to retain. So after now, which is the third break, during the third break, we'll be speaking on active recall, which is one of the most important strategy of reading, of studying, not just reading, studying. How you can actively recall what you have read, how you can actively remember the things that you have seen, how you can, because it's very important in this age that people are so forgetful. You might not know it, but I want you to look into yourself today. I want you to look around you today and see how forgetful you've become. It's not just the children, it's not the people around you, but just you, just because you depend on technology for so many things and have stopped, or maybe have reduced the time you spend exercising your brain, and that has affected it, which means you will just see things, now you forget it. They will say something, now you remember maybe just 10% of what it should be. Normally you should have been able to remember 70 or 80 of it, but now you see 10%, because your brain has relaxed so much that it knows it can always, you can always go back to Google and say, oh, hey Google, what is this? Or go back to ChatGPT, or go back to any technology, any smart technology you are doing. But that is not helping you, because in the long run, when time comes, you see that yes, people have become so forgetful, and it will be hard for you to exercise a bone, a flesh, a nerve that is already so too weak when you are old. So it's time that you wake up. It's time that you talk to yourself, to start using your brain, to start thinking. It's very important to us. So we've come to the end of this section, this break time. The next break will be by 1:50, and we'll be talking about how to improve your recall ability, your ability to bring out the information you've read. As a student, I think that is one of the most important thing, that when you are asked, okay, what did you learn, you're able to bring it out. Is very important, and it's not something very common, and that is what we want to achieve, that when you are in the exam hall, when you are in the interview, you'll be able to remember on time and effectively use it to solve the problem. So that is what we'll be talking about, how to recall. There are several strategies within the recall, the active recall ability. So we'll talk about that. We'll speak again. So I want you to focus on your work. This is the work time, the deep work time. So put your mind, put your time to this work time, and let's see how much you achieve in 50 minutes. Okay, so it's time for mindful break once again. If you've been with us, so it's time for you to go for your mindful break. You can go now. Stretch, relax, meditate if you're the type that does meditation, or go for your prayers and try to recharge, try to relax, and try to get your energy back, because these breaks are meant for us to rest, to gain clarity, and to increase our focus. Is very important. Your break is very important as your work time. So take your break very serious. You can stand up and stretch. And if you are listening to our discussion, then we'll be continuing the discussion. Now we'll be talking about how to improve our recall ability, how to improve our ability to retrieve information. Because it's not all about reading, it's you being able to recall it when it matters most, when you are writing your exams. You know, so many people, they'll say, oh, I thought I read this and I've just forgotten it. Some will say, I've been reading, maybe they didn't even understand it from the beginning. So the first one we talked about was spaced repetition, and the second I told you we'll be doing is the active recall. In studying, there are two things that you must do. One is is rest, and the other one is being actively involved in your studies. So the active recall is part of it, just like the spaced repetition. So these are the things you would do and the things that you should focus on as a student. And for researchers and for the lifelong learners, especially those that want their brain to be active throughout their lifetime, they don't want to be very forgetful. We know what happens with old age. Every one of us, we plan to get old. We are doing everything so we don't leave early, that will stay longer. But if you stay long and your brain is not working very well, you know what that looks like. So let's do the exercise and do the things that we ought to do to keep our mind working for a very long time, that when you are 70 you can still answer good questions. So I want you to invite students that are anywhere, please just share it as much as you can. Share the link and share the live and get them to join. We have only 10 minutes each time during the break to discuss what we ought to discuss. So I'll be very fast with it because we have a lot to discuss, and today is dedicated to the students and the researchers and those that are struggling with remembering things. So let's work on it. So this time we are talking about active recall. That's the ability to recall information, to bring information out, or to remember what you have just studied. You know, many people, they will study, they won't remember, or maybe they think I've done everything. When it is exam time, you see that yes, they did not really do everything, that they didn't put the hard work, should I say the techniques, really. So let's look at how we'll actively recall, what it entails. Active recall is you being able to recall and retrieve information at the appropriate time, during exam, even during the pressure time. You know, during exam you have a lot of pressure, and so many people, due to that pressure, they will forget what they ought to do, what they ought to say during the interview. So let's work on it and see how we can improve our active recall. The first thing you should do is not to keep reading and reading or repeating. Even during that spaced repetition, you just need to add this active recall technique, which means sometimes after reading, close the book. If you were reading online, you can close it. If you were in the class after the study, just close it and come out of wherever you are and see if you can remember what you were taught, if you can remember what you were reading. So if you can remember it, that's the next step that you need to do, is to go forward and see if you can say it. But if you can't remember it after you close the book, try and go back and read it again. At this point in time, it will be easier for you to understand it, because now you know what you're looking out for, you know what you couldn't remember, you know how much you need to read at that point in time. So don't just keep reading. Some people, they keep reading and reading and they will think, oh, it's all about reading. Reading doesn't help you to store information in your memory. It's just the first step. So after that reading, close the book or come out of the place you were learning and try to see if you can remember the idea, the concept, or what you have just read. So if you can do that, then you go forward and try to say it out. Don't say, oh, now I can remember it, it's in my mind now, okay, I can keep it in my mind. your mind is not the best place to store information. I mean every information, because it takes processing for you to put it in the long-term memory. And this recall activity that we are talking about now will help you to put it in the long-term memory. So after that reading, close it. See if you can remember it. If you can remember everything, then you succeeded one step. Then the next step is for you to take your pen and paper and write. When it comes to your memory, your pen and paper wins over every, no matter how smart the technology you're using, it won't help you to recall, it won't help you to store information as much as your pen and paper can do for you. So always have your pen and paper at hand, write it down. While you are doing that, you can see when you are writing, you see that sometimes you tend to jump some things because your brain is faster than your hand can do it. So your hand try to slow it down so you can put it straight to your memory. It's very important. So try to replicate that note. Try to write it down. Try to say it out and say how much you, and see how much you can say out of what you've learned. So you stand up and start repeating those things that you think you understood, and by the time you finish it, you will know that yes, you have done a nice job. And that is very important in your recall ability. So don't just read and say, okay, I think I've learned this, or you read immediately, you read one line, you close it, you repeat the one line. That's just like you trying to learn how to cram, and that's not helpful. When the pressure of exam and interview comes, you see that you forget most of those things. So it's important that you read, you try to remember what you've read, you try to write it down, then you go forward from writing it down to saying it out. So replicate your notes, saying it out, replicate your notes while writing it down. After doing those ones, then you know that you have improve in your recall. What you are doing is exercising your brain. There is no other exercise as important to your brain like recall. Trying to bring out what you have learned. That is the exercise you are giving to your brain, and the more you do that, the more your brain nerve is strengthened, the more you train your brain to bring out information, and that is very important. So the next thing you have to do as a student, apart from just reading it and trying to remember it, trying to replicate your notes by writing it down and saying it out, another thing you should do as a student, which is very, very important, is to quiz yourself. You need to ask yourself so many questions in the area that you've read. Try to ask yourself every kind of question to that effect, and see how much you can answer. So quiz yourself, especially if you are preparing for exam. Don't take it for granted. Ask yourself questions, write it down and answer it. See how much you know. It's very important that you quiz yourself. So ask yourself. You can tell your friends to ask you questions. You can tell your friends to set questions in that area. If there are should I say past question papers, you can solve them, but most times they don't repeat. So you don't just put your mind to it, but quiz yourself. Ask yourself every possible question that can ever appear from what you've read, and if you are able to answer it, you are preparing for exam, you are ready. So that's another thing that we need to do as students. The first one is to space our repetition. So you repeat, you space it, you do it again so as to remember it and keep remembering. So the next one is to recall, which means you should be able to retrieve the information that you've stored. Let's just use these few minutes, 2 minutes remaining now, to talk about the different kinds of memory that we have, and that will help you to understand why you need to quiz yourself, why you need to recall it, why you need to work on it and space it. We have three types of memory. The first one is the sensory, the second one is this short-term memory, and the last one is the long-term memory. The long-term memory is where you want that information to be. That is where we want it to stick. It's not just the short term, because the short term within few minutes is gone, within one day is gone. The sensory doesn't even hold it more than 4 seconds, is gone. So that is not where you want to store your information, but those two are the first place that the information will go to. So it takes processing for you to move it from the sensory to the short-term memory to the long-term memory. So if you did not repeat it, if you did not revisit what you have read or what you have studied, what you have just told your brain is that this information is not important, so it's going to filter it out. That is why you see yourself forgetting so much after studying. So you need to revisit it. The more you revisit, which is what spaced repetition does for you, it tells your brain that this information is important, so it will store it. Then you need to also not only revisit, you need to record it, exercise your brain. The more you exercise it, that is the more your brain gets strengthened to keep information. And if you record it, it will strengthen it, to keep it. So oh, this information is very important, so you are tasking your brain to keep that information. Is very important. So the next one we'll be talking about during the next break should be the relationship and association, how to relate and associate, because it's very important in your long-term memory, in your working memory also. So let's talk about that once it's 1:50. So this is 1 p.m., 1 o'clock. So we are entering into the next deep work time. So during the deep work time, you see us focusing on our work. Is a time for us to work deeply. So if you are here joining us, you can type, you can drop your chat, you can follow, you can, yes, it's very important to us also. So be there with us, and if you are studying, let us see how much we can do within 50 minutes. It's very important, and you can see how fast the 50 minutes goes each time, and it's quite motivating working in this space. So join us, no pressure. In this space is just a place that we keep doing things at a very good pace, telling ourselves how to rest and how to work. So speak to you again once it's 1:50. So we come to the end of this section. This is another section. Is 1:50 now, so it's our break time. It's our mindful break time. You can go on your break, you can go have your lunch if you want to have your lunch, or if you want to listen to the discussion, that's okay too. So I'll just take a few minutes during this time, then me I also go for my own lunch, though it's a late lunch. That's how I want it today. It has been a nice time working since morning till now. I had 3 priority things that I wanted to achieve, and I've done just that. Completed just that now. So it was a very productive. That's 11, 12, 1, and now 2. That's it. 4 sections to complete it. So I'll be using the last section, the last 2 sections now to do another thing. That's another priority that wasn't the three most important tasks that I have today. So I've done those ones. I'm really happy. I don't know how many of us that have joined, so if you have joined, you can just pop in and let us know what you're doing or what you're working on. You can also introduce yourself. Let's know what you're working on. You might see somebody that will be interested in your work. Like for me, I'm always here. I will read. I'm a researcher, I'm a writer, and I'm a teacher. So I take pride in my job, teaching and maybe reading. That gives me joy. It gives me joy a lot to read. I don't know for others. Many derive their joy in several ways. So if you're like me and you like reading, so let's gather here. It's a place for us to study. It's a place for us to improve our deep work time, to focus and to improve our memory, to improve our productivity. So if you have been struggling with work, you are studying, have so many things at hand, and you don't have time to do all of them, to get them done, you can always join here. We are here every Wednesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. That's for the deep work time. So if you're interested, that's what I'll use this time to also talk about. If you're interested in learning how to use your Microsoft Word effectively and efficiently, how to use those buttons there, it's not just typing. You need to learn how to format. You need to learn how to write effectively, how to use those buttons to insert your pictures, your tables. You want to know how to do the referencing. You know how to use the review, the comments, those markups. Then you need to join. I will just be introducing it at the end of this section, but it won't be on this account. I'm going to be using another account because I don't want to set up this again. You see everything I've written. If I want to do that, it might entail using another setup, for us to use another setup, but I will try it out to see how it works first. So they'll be teaching every button, everything on that Microsoft Word. If you have been using Microsoft Word, and it's for beginners and for intermediaries, if not advanced ones, because there are so many things to do with it, but it's just to improve your confidence in using the Microsoft Word, to know every button when you click that file, everything that comes under that file. We talk about it and how to use it. It's not just knowing the button, but it will be a practical section. So I will employ you to bring your laptop or to bring a desktop and let it be handy, so you can practice what you are taught. So we look at the file, we look at the home, the home button. So we look at that active space, the title bar, the status bar. So we look at every one of them, how to scroll. If you're using Mac, if you're using should I say, if you're using any other thing that is not Mac, also we will talk about that and the differences if you want. So just come with your laptop and let's learn how to use it effectively. So it's not something you should fear. It's not something that you should always be thinking, how do I go about it? Oh, I know I don't type fast, I know I don't do this. It comes with practice, and it comes with you learning all the buttons, so you know how to use it well, especially if you're a researcher. I know so many people, when they finish with their work, their dissertation, their thesis, they will go through the file, they will go through the whole document. Maybe you have a document of 300 chapters, 300 pages, 500 pages. Now you go through them, each and every one of them, to pick the headings, to pick the table of content. That is a Herculean task, I must tell you. So there is a way for you to just do that with a click of the mouse. and there is a way for you to do your referencing. There is a way for you to insert table and maybe just insert in between tables. So those things are the things that we'll be looking at: how to use the insert, how to use the file, the home, or the home buttons. If you're looking for an information in your Word, maybe you have 500 pages. Let's just use that. That's to tell you, when you maybe if you're an undergraduate, you think, oh, how can I get to that? With time you get to that. But you have 500 pages, you have 300 pages to look at. Now you're looking for the word. Maybe you say, where did I write Google? Where did I write this? So you want to change it. It can be done with just the click of your mouse. So those are the things we'll be looking at. We look at your layout, how to know the margin, especially for those that are publishing, those that are working to publish their works. You need to learn how to use the layout, how to use the portrait, how to put the portrait and the landscape together as a document in the same, because when you have large tables, you put them in landscape and you put the other ones in portrait. How to do those things easily. So we'll be looking at it. We'll just start it today a little. I will just do 30 minutes after these 6 hours. So we'll do 30 minutes to introduce it. Then I'll put it up when I'm sure that I have the setup done. I'll put it out so you can just sign in and sign up. Let me know how many people that will be coming. And please, while coming to join that group, don't come just listening, because it wouldn't do you any good. If you're just listening, you don't have a laptop, you don't have the Microsoft open, that means you're just listening. I'm telling you, I will assure you that you might forget most of the things that you have learned. So it's good, even if you don't have, just get from someone that you can use. Open the Microsoft Word document and we'll walk through it, so you know how, especially if you're also a teacher. Please, you know, in this space that we are in, nobody is seeing each other. Most times we are using pen names and all those things. So if you're a teacher, you're a researcher, you are a lecturer, you have to read your students' work and make comments and make some corrections. So you should join us, and when we are doing the review, then you see how those things work, how you can use the markup, how you can add comments, how you can highlight, how you can do all the things that you need to do with the correction, and how you can accept it as a student. If you're a student and you're the researcher, after the corrections has been made, how do you accept it? How do you go about rejecting the comments, or maybe adding your own comments, or sending it to another person so they will make maybe 3 or 4 comments, 3 different comments, so you see them all and see what you can do about it. Those are skills that will never go out of style. They are important. So it's good you come and learn how to write, how to type, how to format your documents and make it look very neat and professional, and those things will do it. So I'll be going on. Oh dear, that's, I have only 2 minutes, so I will just take these 2 minutes to get some food in and maybe walk around for 2 minutes. I know I'm not going to have my tea here, so I'll be walking around for that 2 minutes. So when you see me, I'll open it again. It will be 2 p.m. and that time will be on a deep work time. So if you're working with us, I want you to concentrate on the work you're doing. So let's go about it. I will be pausing for now, so that's 2 minutes. submitted my works. My thesis are submitted.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So we've come to the end of this section, and this is another break time for us. So you're welcome. For those that are joining, please, you can come join us, and let's discuss our productivity, how to improve our productivity, how to improve our outcome, our results as students, how to improve our grades, how to improve our memory, how to improve our retention ability. Those are the important things for us. So if you have been here with us, and this is our mindful break time, so you can go on a break, you can go relax, rejoice, walk around if that is what you want to achieve, and get just stretch. It's important that you are present in your break during this time. Take your hands off whatever work you are doing. Is very important that you take rest. And me, I'm an advocate of people resting, because it takes a wise man to know when to stop, to say, know when to say, okay, I'm done with this. So it's important that you take rest if you want to be productive in life. If you want to make wave in life, then you will need a period of rest. But you know, it's never something that we are taught, because many people want to have, prevent you from resting. They don't want you to rest, and many people don't want to rest because they think when they are resting they are being unproductive. But I want to challenge that and let you know that no, when you are resting, you are recharging your energy. When you are resting, you are getting back clarity. When you are resting, you are training your focus, you are helping yourself, because if you don't rest, your body will take that rest whether you want it or yes, it will take the rest. It's very important that you then choose when to rest yourself. You don't need to break down, you don't need to fall sick, you don't need to go through any difficult, maybe, you know, sometimes you don't need, you are not even sick or anything, but you just see yourself, your brain will just zoom off, but you are still working. You see yourself pressing your phone, you see yourself trying to check one thing or the other. It is your brain taking that rest that you have refused to take. So I will employ you to plan your rest. It's very important. The best time to rest is when you are not yet exhausted, when you are not tired. That is the time to rest. But if you are tired already and you think you can rest, no, because you already you have run into deficits, which means your body will need to recover. Your body needs to should I say heal before it will start getting productive again. So you don't wait till you are exhausted. The best time for you to rest anytime, any day, is when you are not yet exhausted. And how do you go about getting that right? Is by you planning your rest even before you start going to work. Many people will tell you, oh no, you just why don't you just finish this one? When you finish this one, then you rest. Okay, what happens if I finish rest and then I do that? So it's just like any other thing that has stretch, maybe that has limit. When you stretch it beyond the limit, it's going to snap. So if you use your body that way, it's going to snap one day, and maybe you fall sick, maybe you are already too exhausted to even think. That is not being productive. So it takes a wise man to know when to rest, to know when to say, okay, this is okay, to know when to pause, to know when to just take your hands off that work, even though there are still work. But let me, should I bring it to your knowledge? And we all know that already. Work will always be there. Wants will always be there. Needs, human needs, will always be there, because we already know as economists that human need is insatiable. So there is no way you'll be thinking, oh, I have this to do unless I achieve this. Once I achieve this, I'll rest. Let me tell you, once you achieve that, you will still not rest. So if you're a student and you think that by reading and going on and on and on is going to make you to be more productive, is going to make your grade to improve, then I want to blow your bubble today. No, it will not help you. So the best thing you can do is to get the right work balance. It's very important. Get the right work and the rest balance. So you need to rest when you ought to rest, and work when you ought to work, because any one of them that you trade for the other one, your productivity will suffer. You are not going to be resting every day. You are not going to lie down every minute and be resting. No. There are some people, we know that there are lazy people. They don't want to work from morning till night, from year to year, from month to month. They want free food. They want free everything. There is no free anything on earth anywhere. Somebody is paying. So you will still need to work as an adult. But one thing you should know is that you working without rest is not being productive. It doesn't show self-love, it doesn't show self-care. That means you don't really like yourself, or you don't understand what it takes to be productive. So rest is part of you being productive. Rest is part of you being smart. It's not laziness. It's not that you don't know that that work can be done within that time. When it is time for you to rest, rest. When it is time for you to sleep, sleep. When it is time for you to go for a walk, go for a walk. So plan your life, plan your day is very important. Plan the work you're doing. So in the morning as you're going out, make sure as you're going out, it's okay, within these 6 hours. If you have a work up to 6 hours, please make sure you take up to at least 30 minutes to 1 hour break. It's very, very important. For every 3 hours you are sitting, you should stand up and walk around, get good circulation, because it is your health you are protecting and you can't trade it for anything. It's very important. So as a student, you will need enough rest, you will need enough sleep to get your brain working, to get things done, to get the information stored in the right way. You will need rest. So don't go reading and reading at night. You are reading in the morning, you are reading every time. That is not how to read. Whoever taught you to read like that should I say, you've been taught the wrong thing. Because you will need a moment of rest, you will need the time of sleep to take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. And you will need that time of rest in order to get your clarity, in order to think and rethink what you've had or what you've learned. You will need that time. So there is always that time for rest. Rest is commanded in most religion, but even if you're not the religious type, but just think that your body needs rest. Like any other living thing, you will need rest. And especially for those high-powered living, just go through the animal kingdom. You see those high-powered, you see how long they rest when they are resting. You see the cats, they sleep a lot. So you need rest to be productive. It's very important. Don't trade your rest for the work time, and don't trade your work time for rest, which means you should plan it. In the morning when you wake up and you are going to work, make sure that you've already stipulated, okay, around this time, specify it, I'll be on break, and make sure you are present in your break. When it is break time, make sure you are present in your break. So relax. You can use that time to look into your own body and see how you are feeling. You can use that time to do things that makes you relax, things that makes you laugh, things that makes you happy. That is the time for it. It's not when you are working. You see some people are working, they are pressing the phone, they are working. It's because they don't take break. If you know that, okay, in the next 20 minutes, in the next 15 minutes, I'll be on break, you will concentrate. And it helps your brain to concentrate. That is what the Pomodoro section is all about, because here it trains you to focus, because human mind works better in short sprints. So don't go stretching it and you think you're doing yourself a lot of stuff. You say, oh, me, I can work a long time. No, you can't. The thing is that most times you're already distracted and you are wasting time, you don't know it. You're already wasting your time. Maybe you're already exhausting your body. You're already overdrawing your strength, and you think, oh, that you are being fruitful, you are being productive. No, you are not. You're wasting your time. Maybe what you should have achieved in 1 hour, you use 3 hours, you will still not achieve it, because there your brain is already tired. And remember, once your brain is tired, there is nothing you can do that to make it to return. Rather, you'll be losing the ones you've already stored. So take rest when you ought to take rest is very important. Relax when you ought to relax is very important. Chat and walk around, take exercise, walk around. Don't always sit and think and walking and walking and walking. That doesn't make you productive. It doesn't help you in any way. So get the right work-rest balance. Get it right. Plan your life. Plan in the morning how many hours you're going to work, and within each 3 hours, factor in break time, factor in tea time, factor in, okay, the time that you can go and walk around is very important. And don't forget that your rest is part of you being productive. I will say it, and you can write it and paste it in your office so people don't disturb you when you are taking your rest. They don't call you, oh, can you take this over time? Tell them that no, that your rest is part of you being productive, because when you rest, you recharge. When you rest, you gain your clarity. When you rest, you gain focus. So we are back to the last section of our Pomodoro techniques today. So we are doing the 50-10, you remember. So for this last one, we'll do it till 10 till 4, and when it's 4, we'll wrap up. And then remember that I will be introducing the new course that I want us to do, which is learning how to use the Microsoft Word, learning how to use all those buttons. So we start from each one of them. You just indicate your interest in the chat during the time. Let's see how it goes, and let's see how many people are interested. But it is very important to everybody, especially the beginners, especially the intermediate. If you have been using it in the office, let's just look at all those buttons, every button in it, and see how we use them, how we can use them to improve our research, improve our papers, format, and do the things we ought to do. Okay, so let every minute, every second of this last section, let it count. So please use it well. Yeah, so we'll be ending it here for this the study section. And thank you for everyone that was here with me. If you have been here till now or you just joined us, so thank you. Today we've been here from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and in this space we work, we do the deep work and also relax. Every 1 hour we have 10 minutes of mindful break and 15 minutes of work. So after we end this now, I'll be starting another section. It might not be in this page. I want to use the other account to see how it works. There we'll be talking about how to use the Microsoft Word. That's the whole Microsoft Word, looking at all the buttons on it, the file, the home, the insert, the layout, the review, and all those buttons. We will not be able to finish it today. We'll just do the first and maybe few. It won't take more than, at most it should be 1 hour. Between 30 minutes and 1 hour we should be through with it. So if you are joining during that section, I will employ you to get your laptop on or to bring your Microsoft Word with whatever gadget you have, your Microsoft Word that you have to open it. And today I'll be trying out to see if the screen recording works. If it works, okay. If it doesn't, we just talk about it. Or next time I'll be using the smart you see, the smart board, and see if that works for us to learn it. So it will help you to format your work. It will help you to learn and be confident in using it, you know. So many people are struggling with that. It's just typing. You don't know how to format when you are looking for some information in it, how to look for those information. So in this tutorial, I'll walk you through all the buttons and the features, what they are and how they are used, and we explain what each of the button does, and practically you try it out and see the changes that it brought and see how you can use it. So in this interface, it's just for the beginners and intermediate users, and you have to just understand it and be confident in using it, in navigating the interface, so you no longer struggle with typing. When they say, okay, you should make this bold, you know, okay, use the tallies, okay, then you should underline, okay, make the margin this size of the margin, make it the layout this one, okay, use both the landscape and the portrait together in one document, how to insert all those objects. To be talking about it, it will be a gradual, should I say, it will be a series, so it will be one after the other. We are not going to do all of them today, but today when I introduce it, you understand. So tomorrow, remember to join me here if you are working, especially for students that are reading for their exams. If you are reading and you want to improve your score, you want to improve your grade, please join us. This is where we do it organically. That means you learn to improve your own thinking, you learn to improve your retentive ability, not depending on technology. They are just tools. And so if you are an expert in that area, you can use the tools better. So come and develop your brain, come and develop your retentive ability, your recall ability, come and develop your brain. You know, it's very important to we humans that we think deeply. So join me tomorrow by 10 a.m. again, and it will be ending by 4 p.m. So, and remember that it's a Pomodoro section, which means it's not a stretch. We are not going to be working all through the 6 hours. No, I'm not an advocate of that. I'm an advocate of balance between work and rest time. So for every 1 hour, we'll be having 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break. So remember that during the break we chat. If you put things in the chat, we can talk about it. If there isn't anything in the chat, like, let me just assume that everybody is so focused on the work they are doing, then we talk about how to improve our productivity, how to improve our studies, and how to write, and so many other things that we do as researchers, as students. So those are the things that we do during the break time. That is just the bonus, because most times those that, if normally when I started and many people doing the study with me, it's just a normal study. During the break time, you put your break time, maybe music, and but I think we should help ourselves, because most times we are not taught how to think, how to improve our studies. So this is just a bonus for those that are joining, especially students. And you know, those that are struggling with their score, they are struggling with their grade, with their academics, please invite them to join tomorrow. It runs from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. These 2 days, every Wednesday and Thursday, and I'll be here always. Me, I'm a writer, I'm a researcher, I'm a teacher, so I have loads to write and a lot to talk about from experience, so it helps. So when I switch off this now, I'll be sending out that invitation again to see if this order, if it works with the computer, so we can use the screen recorder to see all the buttons. So today you can bring your computer and join us. Open your Microsoft Word. I don't know which version you are using, whatever, bring it and ask questions, so you be confident in using it to type, to format your work, to even if you are doing your research, then you don't need to struggle when it is time to submit. You are trying to make your reference, you are trying to make your table of contents. Those things are unnecessary because you can do them just with a click of the mouse. That is how it works. So bye for now for everyone. Thank you for being there.